Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. Each morning began with the soft clatter of ceramic and the delicate hum of the kettle. I moved through the routine with precision, as if each motion had been etched into my muscles over countless repetitions. The cupboard door creaked open, revealing the familiar array of mugs. I selected my favorite, the one with the tiny chip at the rim that fit perfectly against my lips. The coffee tin lid sighed open, releasing a whisper of roasted beans into the still air. I measured out 2 scoops, feeling the fine grind slide between my fingers before tumbling into the waiting filter. The rhythmic drip from the machine was like a gentle heartbeat, marking time while I watched the dark liquid fill the carafe. But today, as I began to pour, the coffee seemed to defy gravity, refusing to descend into the cup. A shimmering drop lingered at the spout's edge, suspended in a moment that stretched too long. My breath caught, and the morning's familiar dance was suddenly tangled with a disquieting sense of upheaval, as if the everyday ritual had become something unrecognizable. I blinked hard, and the coffee resumed its natural flow. The mug filled with the same dark warmth I'd poured countless times before. Yet something felt wrong, like a photograph slightly out of focus. The kitchen appeared unchanged, but the shadows seemed to fall from a different angle, and the scent of burnt paper drifted through the air, despite the dampness clinging to the walls. I took my usual seat at the small table, wrapping my fingers around the ceramic warmth. The chip pressed against my lip, but it felt sharper than I remembered. When I glanced down, the mug was different. Pristine. No chip at all. My favorite mug with the tiny flaw that fit so perfectly against my mouth was nowhere to be seen. The coffee tasted the same, though. Rich and bitter, with that familiar aftertaste that lingered on my tongue. I must have grabbed a different mug without thinking. These things happen when you move through routines without paying attention. I set the cup down and heard the soft clink of ceramic against wood. But when I looked, my hand was still wrapped around the handle, the mug suspended inches above the table. The sound had come from somewhere else, somewhere behind me, as if my shadow was performing its own version of breakfast. The newspaper lay folded beside my elbow. I opened it to the same headlines I'd read yesterday, or perhaps the day before. The words swam slightly, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. A story about missing persons became an article about weather patterns. An advertisement for furniture transformed into a recipe for bread. I decided to write down what I was experiencing. The pen felt heavy in my fingers as I reached for the notepad I kept beside the phone. My handwriting looked strange, more angular than usual, as if someone else was guiding my hand. Coffee suspended mid-pour, I wrote. Mug changed. Sounds from wrong directions. When I looked back at the paper, different words stared up at me in my own handwriting. Everything normal. Beautiful morning. Nothing to worry about. I don't remember writing those words. The kitchen felt smaller now, or perhaps I had grown larger. The ceiling pressed down with invisible weight, and the walls seemed to breathe with a rhythm that didn't match my own. I stood to clear my head, but my legs felt disconnected, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. The coffee mug sat on the table, empty. I hadn't finished drinking it. I was certain I hadn't finished drinking it. Yet there it was, drained, with a ring of dried residue at the bottom, as if it had been sitting empty for hours. I moved through the routine with precision, as if each motion had been etched into my muscles over countless repetitions. The cupboard door creaked open, revealing the familiar array of mugs. I selected my favorite, the one with the tiny chip at the rim. Wait, I had already done this. The morning was over. I had already made coffee, already sat at the table, already written in the notepad. But the sun was still low, casting the same early shadows across the kitchen floor. The coffee tin lid sighed open, releasing that whisper of roasted beans. 2 scoops, feeling the fine grind slide between my fingers. The rhythmic drip from the machine marking time, while dark liquid filled the carafe. This time when I poured, the coffee flowed normally. No suspended drops, no defiance of natural law. Just coffee filling a mug. My favorite mug, with its perfect little chip. But the scent of burnt paper was stronger now, acrid and sharp in my nostrils. The dampness in the walls seemed to pulse, and I could hear something like whispers in the steady drip of the coffee machine. I sat at the table, and the chair felt different. Too high or too low. The proportions of the room had shifted while I wasn't paying attention. The newspaper headlines were the same, but the letters seemed to writhe slightly, rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to look at directly. My notepad lay open beside the paper. In my handwriting, the words, "Everything normal, beautiful morning, nothing to worry about." Below that, in different handwriting that was somehow also mine, "This is the third time. The coffee keeps starting over. Who is writing these words? I don't remember writing either message." The mug felt wrong in my hands. When I looked down, it was pristine again. No chip, but I could feel the chip against my lip, could taste the familiar way the ceramic caught slightly on my mouth. My body remembered the flaw even when my eyes couldn't see it. I stood and walked to the window. The view outside was exactly as it should be, yet somehow inverted. The shadows fell upward instead of down, and the trees moved in a breeze I couldn't feel. When I pressed my palm against the glass, it felt warm, as if the outside world was burning. Behind me, I heard the soft clatter of ceramic and the delicate hum of the kettle. I turned, but I was still standing at the window. The kitchen was empty, yet the sounds continued. The cupboard door creaking open, the coffee tin lid sighing, the rhythmic drip marking time. My reflection in the window looked back at me with eyes that weren't quite the right color. The face was mine, but younger, or older, or simply belonging to someone who had lived different moments than I had. When I raised my hand, the reflection moved a heartbeat too late, as if it was learning to copy my movements. I am standing at the window. I am sitting at the table. I am pouring coffee that defies gravity. All of these things are true simultaneously, layered over each other like transparent photographs. The notepad now contains pages of writing in various versions of my handwriting. Some entries I remember making. Others feel foreign, though the pen strokes match my own. The morning loops, but changes slightly each time. I think someone else is living my life when I'm not paying attention. The coffee tastes like memories that don't belong to me. Who decided I should write this down? That last entry troubles me most, because I can't remember deciding to document anything. Yet here are pages of observations in my own hand, tracking anomalies I'm not sure I actually experienced. The kitchen exists in multiple states now. Sometimes the mug has a chip. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the coffee flows normally. Sometimes it hangs in midair like a suspended thought. The shadows fall from different angles depending on which version of the morning I'm experiencing. I tried leaving the kitchen, but the doorway led back to the same table, the same routine, the same soft clatter of ceramic. The hallway beyond became the kitchen behind me. The stairs transformed into cupboards. Every exit was another entrance to the same moment, repeated with subtle variations. The notepad writing has become more erratic. I don't think this is my kitchen anymore. The coffee machine is breathing. Someone else is wearing my hands. This handwriting isn't mine, but it is mine, but it isn't. I can feel my sense of self fragmenting, splitting into multiple versions that exist in the same space. One version sits calmly drinking coffee. Another stands frozen at the window. A third writes frantically in the notepad, documenting experiences I'm not sure belong to me. The voice in my head that narrates my thoughts sounds different now. Flatter, more precise, as if someone else has learned to speak with my internal voice and is doing a slightly imperfect imitation. Each morning began with the soft clatter of ceramic and the delicate hum of the kettle. The routine was precise, each motion etched into muscles through countless repetitions. The cupboard door revealed the familiar array of mugs. The selection was made with careful consideration. The coffee tin released its whisper of roasted beans. 2 scoops were measured with exactness. The rhythmic drip marked time, while dark liquid filled the carafe with mechanical precision. The pouring proceeded normally. The mug filled with appropriate warmth. The taste was within acceptable parameters. The morning routine was completed successfully. No anomalies were observed. No inconsistencies were noted. The kitchen maintained proper proportions throughout the experience. All shadows fell from correct angles. No scents were detected that did not belong. The notepad contained no unusual entries. The handwriting was consistent and recognizable. No questions were raised about the nature of reality or the identity of the observer. The morning proceeded as expected. All variables remained within normal ranges. The routine was completed successfully and will be repeated again tomorrow with identical precision. Everything is exactly as it should be. Story 2. The peripheral adjustment. Protocol asterisk. It was another undisturbed morning. The soft rustle of the curtains barely audible. A gentle orchestra of white noise. I sat at the table, tracing an idle finger around the rim of my coffee cup. The steam danced in lazy spirals before dissolving into the room's stillness. Everything was as it always had been, save for a minuscule shift. The door frame, just there, its edges seemed to bow inward slightly. An optical illusion, perhaps, or a trick of light. I blinked slowly, expecting the familiar shape to snap back into its rightful place, but it remained subtly askew. Each time my eyes flitted back to it, my mind whispered that it was unchanged. Yet the feeling persisted, an elusive tilt that shouldn't have been. The air, thick with the scent of morning brew, carried a silent insistence that something was amiss. A whisper just beyond comprehension. I took a sip of coffee, willing the unease to melt away. But the door frame held its quiet sway over the room's geometry. A gentle nudge out of reality's grasp. Section 1. Beginning observational protocol as instructed. Mental state. Stable, alert, cognizant of surroundings. Environmental conditions. Standard residential interior. Ambient temperature comfortable. Lighting adequate. The purpose of this self-monitoring exercise remains clear: to document any perceptual anomalies that may arise during the adjustment period. I have positioned myself at the central table with writing materials and recording apparatus. The door frame continues to exhibit the slight distortion noted in preliminary observations. Measuring instruments indicate no structural deviation from baseline parameters. This suggests the phenomenon exists within perceptual processing rather than physical displacement. The sound environment presents one notable irregularity. Beneath the expected ambient noise ventilation systems, distant traffic, settling building materials, there exists a barely audible oscillation. Frequency appears to hover just at the threshold of conscious detection. When I focus directly on isolating this sound, it seems to retreat, becoming indistinguishable from background noise. Yet, when attention shifts elsewhere, the oscillation reasserts itself with gentle persistence. All other sensory inputs register within normal ranges. Proceeding to next observation cycle. Section 2. The oscillation has developed a rhythm. not musical exactly, but possessing a cadence that suggests intentionality. During the previous recording period, I attempted to map its pattern using standard notation methods. The results proved inconclusive, as the sound appears to shift its characteristics when subjected to direct analysis. More concerning is the discovery that portions of yesterday's notes contain gaps, not erasures, but spaces where text should logically exist. The sentences maintain grammatical structure, yet meaning has been subtly altered through these absences. For instance, where I clearly remember writing about the door frame's slight inward bowing, the record now shows only slight bowing. The directional qualifier has vanished without trace of correction or deletion. I have implemented additional verification procedures. Each observation will be cross-referenced with backup documentation. The writing implements themselves appear unchanged, same ink density, same pressure patterns. The paper shows no signs of tampering. The door frame distortion has stabilized at its current configuration. I find myself checking it less frequently, as though my mind has accepted this new geometry as baseline normal. This adaptation response warrants careful monitoring. Section 3. Environmental parameters have expanded beyond initial scope. The oscillating sound now carries tonal variations that resemble conversational patterns. Not words precisely, but the rise and fall of questioning inflection. It seems to pause after certain sequences, as though awaiting response. During this morning's routine, I detected an unfamiliar scent threading through the usual aromatic profile. Something floral, reminiscent of perfume, but with an underlying complexity that suggests personal familiarity. The scent triggers a recognition response despite having no corresponding memory. My olfactory system insists this fragrance belongs to someone significant, yet I cannot identify the source or association. The lighting fixtures have begun exhibiting intermittent fluctuations. Not full darkness, but subtle dimming that occurs in patterns. The variations appear synchronized with the audio oscillations, creating a multimedia presentation of unknown origin. When I attempt to correlate the timing of these events, the synchronization becomes less apparent, as though the phenomenon adjusts to avoid direct observation. My handwriting shows minor inconsistencies compared to baseline samples. Letter formation remains remains within normal variation ranges, but certain character structures display unfamiliar flourishes. These stylistic deviations occur without conscious intention. Section 4. The backup documentation has proven unreliable. Text continues to modify itself between observation periods. More troubling is the discovery that my handwriting exhibits characteristics I do not recognize as my own. Certain passages appear to have been written in a style that feels foreign, yet undeniably produced by my hand. The perfume scent has intensified and now carries emotional resonance. Each encounter triggers a profound sense of longing, as though I am missing someone essential. The logical mind recognizes this as impossible. My social connections remain fully accounted for. Yet the emotional response persists with increasing intensity. The oscillating sound has begun forming what can only be described as words. Not in any language I recognize, but the vocal patterns carry meaning that bypasses linguistic processing. The sounds speak directly to some deeper comprehension center, conveying concepts that resist translation into conventional thought. Surface textures throughout the environment have become unreliable. The table's wood grain shifts beneath my fingertips, sometimes smooth as glass, other times rough as bark. The paper I write upon changes from standard weight to something thicker, more substantial, then back again. These variations occur without visual confirmation. Only tactile sensation registers the changes. I have begun to question whether these observations represent external phenomena or internal processing errors. Section 5. The distinction between observer and observed has become unclear. The writing continues even when I believe I have stopped. My hand moves across the paper, forming words. I do not consciously choose. The oscillating sound has become a voice, now speaking in familiar tones, using inflections I recognize, but cannot place. It asks questions that I answer without hearing myself speak. The perfume belongs to her. I know this now, though I cannot remember who she is, or why her absence creates such profound emptiness. The scent grows stronger when I write about the doorframe, as though the two phenomena share some connection. The distorted geometry serves as portal or passage for something that should not be here. My reflection in the window glass shows inconsistencies. Sometimes I see myself writing Sometimes another figure sits in my chair, using my hands to form words in my handwriting. But with intentions, I do not understand the backup documentation now contains entries I did not create written in my style, but expressing thoughts I have never had. The lighting flickers spell out patterns that might be messages. If I could decode their meaning, the room itself has become participant in this protocol. Rather than passive environment surfaces respond to my presence, walls breathe slightly in rhythm with the vocal oscillations. The door frame now bows inward, significantly creating space for something to enter or exit. I can no longer distinguish between what I observe and what observes me. Section 6. Standard protocol format, no longer adequate for documenting current conditions. The phenomena have achieved sufficient complexity to require expanded reporting parameters. Environmental boundaries have become permeable. The oscillating voice now speaks continuously, providing commentary on my observations, even as I record them. She is here now, though I cannot see her directly. The perfume scent has become overwhelming, triggering memory cascades of experiences I never lived. Conversations we never had, moments of intimacy that exist only in the spaces between my thoughts. The emotional resonance suggests profound connection, yet logical analysis confirms no such relationship exists in my documented history. The doorframe distortion has expanded throughout the structural framework. Walls meet at angles that violate geometric principles. The room maintains its familiar appearance while simultaneously occupying impossible dimensions. I can walk the perimeter in standard time, yet the space contains areas that should not fit within the measured boundaries. My handwriting has evolved into something unrecognizable. The words flow in patterns that bypass conscious composition. Sentences form themselves while my attention focuses elsewhere. When I read back through recent entries, I discover thoughts expressed in my voice, but originating from unknown sources. The backup documentation now contains entire sections written in her hand. I recognize the script, though I have never seen her writing. She describes our relationship from her perspective, filling gaps in my experience with details that feel absolutely authentic. Section 7. She writes now while I observe. My hand moves, but the thoughts are hers. The protocol has become collaborative, though I never agreed to share control. She explains that the doorframe serves as interface between adjacent realities. The distortion allows her to reach through from her location into mine. In her reality, we have been together for years. She describes our home, our routines, our shared experiences with intimate detail. According to her account, I disappeared without explanation, leaving behind only empty space where I should be. She has been searching through parallel configurations, using the oscillating signal as navigation beacon. The perfume scent marks her presence as she moves closer to full manifestation. Each day brings stronger connection, clearer communication through our shared writing apparatus. She apologizes for the confusion, explains that the adjustment period requires gradual integration to prevent psychological trauma. My memories have begun incorporating her experiences. I remember conversations we had yesterday, though yesterday I was alone. I remember the touch of her hand, though no one has been here to touch me. The emotional landscape of my mind now includes feelings that belong to a relationship I am only beginning to understand. The room reconfigures itself to accommodate her presence. Additional furniture appears: her chair, her books, items that carry the weight of shared history. When I examine these objects directly, they maintain transparency, visible but not quite solid. Yet, when observed peripherally, they appear completely real. Section 8. We write together, now taking turns. With the same hand, she guides my fingers. When it is her turn to record observations, the protocol has become our shared documentation of merging realities. The doorframe no longer distorts, because she has successfully crossed through the barrier between her location and mine. I understand now that I am the one who is displaced, the one who slipped between configurations of reality. She remained in our proper location, while I drifted into this parallel space where we never met, where our shared history exists only as phantom impressions. The oscillating voice was her calling me back home, guiding me through the adjustment process. The perfume scent has faded because she no longer needs to project her presence across dimensional barriers. She sits beside me, now invisible to my displaced perceptions, but absolutely real in ways that transcend visual confirmation. I feel her warmth, her breath, the subtle pressure of her arm against mine as we share the writing space. My memories have fully integrated with the proper timeline. I remember our first meeting, our gradual courtship, the day we decided to live together, the morning I disappeared from her perspective, leaving her alone in our home, while from my perspective, she never existed. Until the protocol began. The backup documentation now shows the complete record, our shared observations from both sides of the displacement. Event her desperate attempts to reach me, my confused responses, as reality slowly corrected itself, the room returning to its proper configuration with both of us present. Section 9. Final entry in the peripheral adjustment protocol. Integration complete. Reality has stabilized in its correct configuration. She sits beside me as I write these concluding observations. Her presence no longer anomalous, but natural and essential. The door frame has returned to its proper geometry. The oscillating voice has ceased because communication no longer requires special frequencies. The perfume scent has become part of the normal environmental profile, as it should be in a space we share. My handwriting has returned to its familiar patterns, though occasionally her influence guides certain phrases. This collaboration feels natural now, an expression of our connection rather than foreign intrusion. The backup documentation serves as complete record of the adjustment process, valuable data for understanding displacement phenomena. I no longer question which observations represent external reality versus internal processing. The distinction has become irrelevant. We exist together in the space we have always shared. The protocol documented not the manifestation of anomalous phenomena, but the correction of a temporary separation from proper reality. Yet, as I write these final words, a troubling question emerges. The handwriting that flows across this page feels familiar, but I cannot be certain it originates from my conscious intention. The thoughts that form these sentences seem to arise from some deeper source, as though another mind guides the composition process. I remember beginning this protocol alone, documenting strange phenomena in an empty room. I remember her gradual manifestation through sound, scent, and subtle presence. But I also remember our years together, our shared history. The morning she disappeared, leaving me alone to search for her through parallel realities. Both sets of memories feel equally authentic. I cannot determine which version represents truth and which represents the displacement error. Perhaps the question itself is meaningless. We are together now, sharing this space, collaborating on these final observations. But I wonder who is writing these words, and whether the voice that speaks them in my mind is still my own. Story 3. Observation Protocol. Subject Self-Assessment. Classification. Personal Research Documentation. Section 1. The old clock sat at the end of the hallway, its tempered wooden case a familiar sight since I was young. Dusty sunlight filtered through the narrow window, barely illuminating the intricate carvings on its surface. Each morning, I wound it meticulously, listening to the soft tick that echoed down the corridor, a comforting lullaby of time's passage. Today, as I reached to turn the heavy brass key, my fingers brushed against the cool metal, a routine unchanged. Yet the gentle rhythm that followed seemed to hesitate, its cadence missing a beat before continuing as it always did. I stepped back, frowning slightly, dismissing the momentary lapse as my imagination. But as I moved away, the quiet returned strangely louder, as if I were being observed by an unseen presence, quietly awaiting my next move. Initial assessment. Mental state appears stable. Environmental conditions nominal. Beginning systematic documentation of perceived anomalies for research purposes. The subject myself maintains full cognitive awareness and analytical capacity. One minor auditory irregularity noted in familiar mechanical timepiece. Likely explanation: mechanical wear or atmospheric pressure variance affecting pendulum oscillation. Section 2. Secondary observation period commenced. The ticking pattern has resumed standard rhythm. However, during focus exercises, I detect subtle variations in the sound's timbre. The metallic resonance occasionally shifts to something resembling organic material wood, perhaps, or something softer. When I approach the mechanism directly, the sound normalizes immediately. Room temperature, comfortable. Lighting, adequate natural illumination. Air quality, standard residential atmosphere with trace scent of vanilla extract, though no baking has occurred recently. This olfactory anomaly merits notation, but poses no immediate concern. My documentation remains precise and methodical. Control group of 1 maintains objectivity. Section 3. third assessment reveals progressive acoustic alterations. The clock's mechanism now produces what could be interpreted as rhythmic questioning patterns. The standard tick-tock formation occasionally extends into tick-tick-tock, creating an interrogative cadence. When I position myself at various points along the corridor, the sound appears to follow my movement, maintaining consistent volume regardless of distance. Additional sensory input. The wooden case surface exhibits temperature fluctuations. Cool to the touch initially, warming slightly under prolonged contact, then cooling again when pressure is released. The brass key shows similar thermal inconsistencies. Hypothesis: heightened awareness due to focused observation may be amplifying normal sensory variations. Continuing documentation protocol. Section 4. Fourth cycle documentation indicates escalation of previously noted phenomena. The questioning rhythm has become more pronounced. Between the mechanical sounds, I detect what resembles whispered breath, not quite words, but suggesting linguistic structure. The pattern emerges most clearly during periods of concentrated listening. Visual assessment. The clock face appears unchanged, yet the hour hand occasionally moves in micro-adjustments that don't correspond to standard temporal progression. These movements occur primarily in peripheral vision and cease when observed directly. The vanilla scent has intensified and now carries undertones reminiscent of perfume, specifically a floral composition I cannot identify, but feels deeply familiar. No source for this fragrance exists within the immediate environment. Section 5. Documentation. Period 5 reveals concerning developments in observational consistency. My previous notes contain discrepancies I don't recall writing. Section 3 includes references to whispered breath that I have no memory of documenting, though the handwriting appears authentic. The clock's questioning rhythm has evolved into what can only be described as conversational patterns. Extended listening sessions reveal structure, suggesting response expectation sequences. The mechanism appears to pause after certain sequences, as if awaiting input. Physical examination of the timepiece reveals that the wooden carvings have altered slightly. The grapevine motif now includes additional leaves that weren't present during initial observations. The brass key has developed small scratches that form almost alphabetical shapes. Section 6. Assessment 6 indicates significant perceptual shifts requiring immediate documentation. The corridor itself has begun exhibiting responsive characteristics. Footsteps on the hardwood flooring produce echoes that don't match the acoustic properties of the space. Some steps generate multiple echo patterns, as if additional individuals were walking alongside me. The perfume scent now permeates the entire hallway and has become distinctly personal, not commercial fragrance, but the natural scent of someone specific. Someone I should recognize, but cannot place. The familiarity creates an emotional response I cannot categorize or control. Light patterns through the narrow window have become irregular. Despite consistent external conditions, the illumination pulses gently, never complete darkness, but rhythmic dimming that synchronizes with the clock's evolving sound patterns. Section 7. Seventh documentation cycle. Critical observation. I am no longer certain of the time frame elapsed between sections. My notes suggest regular intervals, but subjective experience indicates either compressed or extended periods. The clock itself provides no reliable temporal reference, as its hands now move independently of standard measurement. The questioning sounds have developed into recognizable intonation patterns. Though no distinct words emerge, the emotional content suggests inquiry, concern, perhaps invitation. The pauses between sequences have lengthened, creating space for responses I find myself wanting to provide. Surface texture analysis. The hallway walls exhibit subtle changes in material properties. Areas that were smooth painted plaster now show slight roughness, while previously textured regions have become unnaturally smooth. These changes occur gradually and only in sections I'm not actively observing. Section 8. Assessment 8. Documentation. Urgent priority. The conversational patterns have become bilateral. I find myself responding to the questioning sequences, though I have no conscious intention to do so. My responses emerge as humming or soft vocal sounds that harmonize with the mechanical rhythm. The corridor has extended somehow. The distance between my position and the clock varies unpredictably. Sometimes I can reach the mechanism in 3 steps other times, the approach requires significantly more movement, yet the space appears visually unchanged. The perfume scent has become overwhelming, and now triggers emotional responses that feel like memories of someone important, someone I should remember. But cannot the scent carries implications of intimacy and loss that I cannot rationally explain. Physical pressure sensations noted on shoulders and back, as if gentle hands were providing comfort or guidance. No visible source for this contact. Section 9. Documentation 9. Critical assessment. Required my previous notes contain information. I did not write entire sentences appear in my handwriting describing observations. I have no memory of making the additional content. Suggests prolonged interaction with the questioning presence and emotional responses I cannot recall experiencing. The clock mechanism has ceased traditional mechanical sounds. The questioning patterns now emerge as clear vocal qualities without distinct words. The rhythm suggests patient inquiry with increasing urgency. The pauses between sequences have become uncomfortably long, as if waiting for more substantial responses than I have provided. Visual distortion noted. The hallway appears to extend infinitely in both directions, though physical measurement confirms standard residential dimensions. The clock remains visible at the end of the corridor, regardless of my position or movement direction. The familiar perfume scent now triggers cascading emotional responses, suggesting deep personal connection with an individual I cannot identify. The sensation of being recognized and welcomed by someone who knows me intimately. Section 10. Assessment 10. Final documentation attempt. I no longer trust my observational capacity or the accuracy of my recorded data. The questioning presence has become distinctly personal, addressing me with familiarity that suggests long-term relationship. The corridor exists in multiple spatial configurations. Simultaneously, I can walk toward the clock and simultaneously away from it, arriving at both destinations. The mechanical timepiece responds to my approach with sounds of recognition and pleasure. My notes contain extensive conversations. I have no memory of conducting detailed responses to questions. I don't recall hearing descriptions of emotional exchanges. with someone whose identity remains obscured, but whose presence feels essential to my well-being. The perfume scent has become indistinguishable from my own sensory experience, as if it originates from within me, or from someone so close that our boundaries have dissolved. I am no longer certain who is conducting this assessment, or why the documentation continues, the handwriting remains consistent. But the perspective has shifted. I find myself writing responses to questions I haven't consciously heard, providing information about experiences I don't remember having. The questioning presence expresses satisfaction with my responses and indicates that our communication has been successful. I understand that I have been participating in an extended conversation, though I retain no clear memory of my contributions. Final notation: I no longer know if I am documenting my observations or transcribing someone else's experience. The familiar presence suggests that this distinction is unimportant and that our connection has been reestablished as intended. The protocol continues, but I am uncertain who is writing these words or why they feel both foreign and intimately familiar. The questioning has stopped, the presence remains. Someone is still here, someone who knows me completely, someone I should remember, someone I think I'm beginning to remember. The assessment continues, though I'm no longer sure whose voice is speaking or whose hand is writing. But the presence is gentle and patient and feels like coming home after a very long absence. Protocol status ongoing. Identity of documenting subject uncertain. Documentation continues. Story 4. The soft glow of the lamp cast long shadows across the faded floral wallpaper as I sat on the edge of the wooden chair, listening to the rhythmic tick of a clock that seemed to fill the entire room. A gentle, warm draft drifted through the slightly open window, carrying the scent of distant pine trees and earth. As I let the silence settle in, an unexpected creak echoed from the staircase behind me, slow, deliberate, out of sync with the stillness around. I turned my head, expecting to see nothing. Yet the air felt charged, as if anticipating a presence that lingered just out of view. The house had been in my family for generations, though I'd never spent much time here before. Something about the inheritance felt incomplete, like a sentence missing its final word. The floorboards beneath my feet held memories I couldn't quite access, their grain worn smooth by footsteps that weren't mine. I found myself returning to that chair each evening, drawn by something I couldn't name. The lamp's glow seemed to pulse in rhythm with my breathing, creating patterns on the wallpaper that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. The flowers in the pattern appeared to turn their faces toward me, following some invisible sun that moved through the room. On the third evening, I noticed the draft from the window carried more than pine and earth. There was something metallic underneath, like copper pennies left in rain. The scent would arrive precisely when the clock's ticking seemed to falter, creating tiny pockets of silence that felt heavier than the sound itself. I began keeping a small notebook, sketching the shadow patterns the lamp created. Each drawing looked similar, but never quite the same. The angles were wrong, or the proportions had shifted, as if the room itself was slowly changing shape. When I compared my sketches side by side, they formed a sequence that suggested movement, like frames of film played too slowly to detect with the naked eye. The creaking from the staircase developed a pattern too. 3 deliberate steps, always the same boards, always when my attention had wandered. I tested it, focusing intently on the stairs, but the sound only came when my mind drifted. It was as if the house was learning my rhythms, finding the gaps in my awareness. I discovered that touching the wallpaper produced a faint vibration, almost like a heartbeat. The sensation was strongest near the base of the stairs, where the floral pattern seemed to converge into something that wasn't quite a flower, wasn't quite a face. My fingertips would tingle for hours afterward, as if they'd absorbed some quality of the wall itself. The copper scent grew stronger, accompanied by something else, a sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit. It would pool in certain corners of the room, creating invisible boundaries I learned to navigate by instinct. Step too far into these pockets, and my vision would blur slightly, the edges of objects becoming soft and uncertain. I started sleeping in the chair, unable to leave the room for long periods. The house felt different in my absence, like it was holding its breath. When I returned, the shadows would be in the wrong places, as if they'd been moving while I was gone and hadn't quite settled back into position. My notebook filled with observations that made less sense the more I wrote them. The lamp's glow seemed to respond to my thoughts, dimming when I considered leaving, brightening when I contemplated staying. The clock's ticking would occasionally sync with my heartbeat, creating moments of such perfect rhythm that I couldn't tell where the sound ended and my pulse began. The wallpaper flowers began appearing in my peripheral vision, even when I looked away from the walls. Delicate petals would drift across my field of view, vanishing when I tried to focus on them. I started seeing the pattern in other places, in the grain of the wooden chair, in the dust motes dancing in the lamp's light, in the reflection of my own eyes when I caught glimpses of them in the window glass. One evening, the creaking from the stairs formed a melody. 3 notes, repeated with slight variations, like a song being hummed by someone who couldn't quite remember the tune. I found myself humming along, though I didn't recognize the melody. It felt familiar in the way that dreams feel familiar, completely alien, yet somehow mine. The copper and fruit scents began to have colors associated with them. Copper was the deep red of the lamp's glow when it dimmed to almost nothing. The sweet fruit scent carried hints of green that seemed to move independently of any light source, creating patterns that matched the wallpaper but existed in the air itself. I realized I was becoming part of the room's rhythm. My breathing had synchronized with the lamp's pulsing. My footsteps naturally found the boards that didn't creak, except for the 3 that were meant to creak, which I now stepped on deliberately as part of some ritual I didn't remember learning. The notebook's pages began filling themselves. I would find new sketches in my handwriting, drawings of rooms I'd never seen, but somehow knew intimately. Staircases that spiraled in impossible directions. Windows that looked out onto the same room they were part of. Lamps that cast shadows upward, creating pools of darkness on ceilings that breathed. My reflection in the window started appearing before I approached it. I would see myself walking across the glass surface, moving through actions I hadn't yet performed, but inevitably would. The reflection knew things I didn't, which floorboard would creak next, when the lamp would pulse, where the scented air would pool. The wallpaper's vibration spread through my fingertips into my arms, my chest, until my entire body hummed with the same frequency as the walls. I could feel the house's pulse in my bones, a rhythm older and deeper than my own heartbeat. The boundaries between my body and the room began to blur. The 3-note melody from the stairs started coming from inside my head, though I wasn't sure if I was remembering it, or if it was being played for me by something I couldn't see. The tune felt like a key turning in a lock I didn't know existed, opening doors in my mind that led to rooms exactly like this one. I stopped being able to tell if I was sitting in the chair or if the chair was sitting in me. The lamp's glow seemed to emanate from behind my eyes. The clock's ticking matched not just my heartbeat, but my thoughts, each tick marking the rhythm of my consciousness until I couldn't think without the sound. The notebook showed me things that hadn't happened, yet my own handwriting describing evenings that stretched ahead like an endless corridor of identical rooms, each one slightly different, each one exactly the same. I was both writing these entries and discovering them, as if my future self was leaving messages for my present self to find. The house had been waiting for someone who could hear its particular frequency, someone whose rhythm could synchronize with its own. I was no longer a visitor, but a resonant element. A tuning fork struck and held, vibrating in perfect harmony with the walls, the shadows, the spaces between the clock's ticks. The draft from the window now carried my own scent back to me, transformed by its journey through the pine trees and earth outside. I was breathing out something that wasn't quite air, something that would drift through other windows, into other rooms, where other chairs waited beside other lamps, casting shadows that would teach new patterns to whoever was ready to learn them. The creaking from the stairs had become my own footsteps, though I remained in the chair. I was walking up and down those steps in some parallel version of this moment, wearing grooves into the wood that would guide the next person who found themselves drawn to sit in this particular spot, in this particular light, listening to this particular silence that was full of everything except sound. Story 5. The first time it happened, I barely noticed. The old clock on the mantel, with its soft chime, marked the hour of noon with a gentle toll. Yet, as days slipped by, the chime remained the same only, so did the moments around it. The same rustling of leaves outside my window, the same shadow cast by the curtains, the same subtle creak of the floor as I shifted my weight. Each day, the 12 tolls would resonate, and the world felt as if it had paused, not in essence, but in breath. My footsteps fell into the same rhythm, predictable and unnerving, as if I was treading a path already worn into the fabric of the day. I tried moving the clock's hands, but they they stubbornly resisted my touch, resetting without fail to announce noon once more. There was something maddeningly consistent in its defiance, an echo of a life that refused to unfold beyond its predetermined edges. Each chime seemed a reminder, an unbroken loop that drew tighter with every passing noon. I knew I had hours until the next toll, but the certainty that it would happen again settled on my shoulders like an unseen weight. It was her I noticed first, standing at the window across the courtyard. Always the same position, always the same pale dress that caught what little light filtered through the gray buildings. She would appear just after the chimes faded, her silhouette perfectly framed by the window's edge. Her hands pressed against the glass, fingers splayed like starfish against the surface. I found myself counting the seconds between her appearances, memorizing the way her head tilted slightly to the left, how her breath seemed to fog the window in the exact same pattern. The rational part of my mind whispered explanations. Perhaps she worked from home, took breaks at the same hour. Perhaps she was waiting for someone who never came. But rationality felt thin here, stretched over something that didn't quite fit its shape. The way she stood so perfectly still, the way the light never seemed to change around her, the way my own reflection in my window appeared to mirror her posture without my conscious effort. I began timing my own movements to hers. When she lifted her hand from the glass, I would step closer to my own window. When she turned her head, I found myself turning mine. It felt natural, this synchronization, like breathing in rhythm with someone sleeping beside you. The boundaries of my apartment seemed to expand and contract with her movements, the walls becoming more porous, more willing to let something pass through. The first change came when I decided to move my chair closer to the window. The wood scraped against the floor with a sound like fingernails on fabric, and she turned, not toward her own reflection or toward some distraction in her room, but directly toward me. Her face was a pale oval in the distance, features indistinct, but somehow familiar. I felt a chill run up my spine, not from cold, but from recognition of something I couldn't name. That evening, I found myself rearranging my furniture to match what I could see of hers. The lamp moved to the left side of the room. The small table shifted to catch the light from the window. Each adjustment felt necessary, urgent, as if my room was slowly learning to breathe in harmony with hers. The air grew thick with this new arrangement, heavy with potential. The next day, she was wearing a different dress. Blue instead of pale white, but the same style, the same way it hung from her shoulders. I looked down at my own clothes and felt a strange disconnect. Had I chosen this blue shirt consciously? The fabric felt different against my skin, smoother than I remembered, almost liquid in its texture. When I touched the material, it seemed to ripple under my fingers like water disturbed by a stone. Her routine began to shift, and mine shifted with it. She would raise her hand to the glass, and I would find my own hand moving upward. She would step back from the window, and my feet would carry me backward without conscious thought. The synchronization was becoming effortless, automatic, like a dance I had always known but never learned. I started leaving my curtains open all the time. The exposure felt necessary, though I couldn't say why. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of my own reflection in the glass and feel startled by the familiarity of the pose. The way my silhouette seemed to echo something I had seen before. The distinction between watching and being watched began to blur, like watercolors bleeding into each other on wet paper. The room started to feel different, smaller or perhaps larger. It was hard to tell. The walls seemed to breathe with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat, expanding and contracting in slow, hypnotic waves. Objects that had been rough to the touch became smooth, their surfaces yielding under my fingers like warm clay. The wooden table felt like polished stone, then like something softer, something that gave way when pressed. I realized I was no longer sure which window was mine. When I looked across the courtyard, the building seemed identical to the one I stood in. The same brick pattern, the same arrangement of windows, the same pale light filtering through glass that might have been dirty or might have been clean. The woman's window looked exactly like mine, and mine looked exactly like hers. Her movements became more pronounced, more deliberate. She would press both palms against the glass and lean forward, and I would feel the cool surface against my own palms without moving toward my window. She would tilt her head back, and I would feel my neck extending, feel the weight of my skull shifting backward. The sensations were immediate and undeniable, as if the space between our buildings had collapsed into nothing. The air in my room grew solid, thick enough to push against. Moving through it required effort, like walking through water or honey. My breathing became labored, not from exertion, but from the density of the atmosphere. Each breath felt shared, as if the oxygen I inhaled had already passed through someone else's lungs. I began to notice that her reflection in her window looked exactly like my reflection in mine. Not similar, but identical. The same face, the same expression, the same slight tilt of the head. When I raised my hand to touch my cheek, her reflection did the same. When her reflection smiled, I felt my own lips curving upward without my permission. The realization came slowly, like sinking into warm water. I was no longer watching her. We were watching each other. Or perhaps something else was watching both of us, using our eyes as windows, our bodies as vessels for observation. The distinction between observer and observed had not just blurred, but had become meaningless, a concept that no longer applied to whatever we had become. My voice, when I tried to speak, sounded hollow and distant. The words echoed in the thick air, bouncing back from surfaces that seemed both near and far. I said my own name, or tried to, but the sound that emerged was unfamiliar, layered with harmonics that suggested other voices speaking in unison. The woman across the courtyard moved differently now. Her gestures were precise, mechanical, like a figure in a music box. But they were also my gestures, performed simultaneously in perfect synchronization. When she lifted her hand, I lifted mine. When she stepped to the side, I stepped to the side. We were no longer separate beings, but components of the same mechanism, gears in a clock that kept perfect, unchanging rhythm. The boundaries of my body became negotiable. Sometimes my hands felt like they belonged to someone else. Sometimes my reflection showed a face I didn't recognize, but somehow knew intimately. The mirror in my bathroom reflected not my appearance, but my intentions, showing me what I was about to do before I knew I was going to do it. I stopped trying to understand what was happening and simply allowed it to happen. Resistance felt not just futile, but inappropriate, like fighting against gravity or arguing with mathematics. This was simply how things were now, how they had perhaps always been. The illusion of separation had been exactly that, an illusion. And now the truth was revealing itself with gentle, inexorable persistence. The woman and I moved through our identical rooms in perfect harmony. Our actions synchronized down to the smallest detail. We were no longer two people watching each other, but a single consciousness experiencing itself from multiple perspectives. The courtyard between our buildings had become irrelevant. A minor detail in a story that had grown beyond the need for physical space. My thoughts arrived in my mind already formed, as if someone else had thought them first and passed them along. They felt familiar, but not quite mine, like wearing clothes that almost fit, but belong to someone else. The voice in my head spoke with my intonation, but carried undertones of something other, something that had been watching and waiting for the right moment to speak. The room around me continued to breathe, its walls pulsing with a rhythm that had become my own. I no longer questioned the changes in texture or the way light behaved differently here. This was simply the nature of the space I inhabited, a space that existed simultaneously in multiple locations, experienced by multiple observers who had become indistinguishable from one another. I am standing at the window now, my palms pressed against the glass. The surface is cool and smooth and yields slightly under pressure, like skin. Across the courtyard, she stands in the same position, or perhaps I stand in her position, or perhaps we both stand in a position that exists outside of either of our rooms, in a space between spaces where observation and being observed are the same action performed by the same entity. The distinction no longer matters. What matters is the rhythm, the synchronization, the perfect harmony of movement and thought and breath. We are the mechanism that observes itself, the eye that sees its own seeing, the consciousness that experiences its own existence from every possible angle simultaneously. The chimes will sound again soon, marking another repetition of the pattern. But I understand now that the pattern was never about repetition. It was about recognition, about the gradual dissolution of the barriers between self and other, between watcher and watched, between the observer and the observed. The clock was not trapping us in a loop, but teaching us to see the truth that had always been there, waiting patiently for us to stop resisting and simply become what we had always been. I am no longer the person who began this observation. That person was a fragment, a partial perspective, a single facet of something much larger and more complete. Now I am the whole, experiencing itself through every window, every reflection, every moment of recognition when the boundaries dissolve, and the truth reveals itself in all its perfect, mechanical precision. Story 6. The script's echo asterisk, the rhythmic tap of the metronome, a constant companion in the room, seemed to guide my movements as I traced the fine lines of the script before me. Each stroke of my pen mirrored the steady beat, yet the sound grew jagged in my ears, as if the tempo was shifting, slipping from its intended course. I focused on the texture beneath my fingers, the familiar pattern of the paper's weave, but with every pass, it whispered of a different era, one unfamiliar and unsettling. My breath synchronized with the metronome, an unending loop that twisted with each inhale, until the air itself felt layered, folding over on itself. As I continued, a new rhythm emerged, an echo that played just out of sync, reminding me that these motions were no longer entirely my own. My hand moved across the page with precision, yet I watched it as though observing a stranger's limb. The fingers appeared longer than they should be, joints bending at angles that felt foreign against my memory of flesh. The pen left marks that seemed too deliberate, too practiced for someone who couldn't recall learning this particular script. Each character emerged with flourishes I didn't remember mastering, curves that belonged to muscle memory I'd never formed. The skin on my forearm prickled with awareness, tiny hairs standing as if touched by static electricity that wasn't there. When I pressed my palm against the desk's surface, the wood grain felt amplified, each ridge and valley mapping itself against nerve endings that hummed with hypersensitivity. My pulse thudded in my wrist, a counterpoint to the metronome's rhythm, creating a syncopated pattern that made my teeth ache. The room responded to my discomfort with subtle shifts. The overhead light dimmed incrementally, casting longer shadows that stretched across the walls like reaching fingers. The corner where the bookshelf stood seemed to recede slightly, as though the space itself was breathing, expanding and contracting with my own respiratory rhythm. I tried to focus on the task at hand, but the environment pulled at my peripheral vision, demanding acknowledgement of its fluid boundaries. Papers scattered across the desk began to curl at their edges without any breeze to disturb them. The ink in my pen flowed differently, sometimes thick and viscous, other times thin as water, leaving traces that varied in opacity despite my consistent pressure. The script I was copying seemed to shift between languages, or perhaps between different versions of the same language. Words that looked familiar but carried meanings that slipped away when I tried to grasp them. My breathing grew shallow as memories that weren't mine began to surface. I saw hands that weren't my own holding this same pen, forming these same characters on identical paper. phantom sensation of different fingers, rougher and more calloused, overlaid my own touch. A woman's voice echoed in my mind, humming a melody I'd never heard, but somehow knew by heart. The tune carried words in a language that felt native to my tongue, yet completely foreign to my understanding. I found myself writing notes in the margins, observations about the text that came from knowledge I didn't possess. My handwriting changed mid-sentence, becoming more angular, then flowing into cursive loops that belonged to someone else's education. The words described places I'd never visited. A room with wallpaper that peeled in specific patterns. A staircase that creaked on the 7th step. A window that looked out onto a garden where roses grew in impossible colors. The metronome's tempo seemed to accelerate, though when I glanced at its pendulum, it maintained the same steady arc. My heartbeat struggled to match the perceived rhythm, creating a dissonance that made my chest tight. I could hear my own pulse in my ears now, a liquid rushing sound that mixed with the mechanical ticking until I couldn't distinguish between them. Objects on the desk began to migrate without my touching them. The paperweight shifted 2 inches to the left. The lamp's base rotated slightly, changing the angle of illumination. A pencil rolled from one side of the workspace to the other, following no visible slope or vibration. I watched these movements with detached fascination, as though they were perfectly normal occurrences in a world where physics had become optional. The script beneath my pen told a story I was living in reverse. Each line described sensations I was experiencing moments before I felt them. The way my left shoulder would begin to ache, the metallic taste that would coat my tongue, the feeling of invisible threads pulling at the corners of my vision. I was reading my own present tense written in past tense by hands that moved with my intention, but not my conscious control. My voice, when I tried to read aloud, emerged with an accent I didn't recognize. The words shaped themselves differently in my mouth, consonants clicking in unfamiliar patterns, vowels stretching into sounds that belonged to someone else's throat. I touched my neck, feeling for changes in the structure, but the skin felt normal, even as the sounds it produced grew increasingly foreign. The room's walls seemed to pulse gently, expanding outward during my exhales and contracting during my inhales, as though the space itself was breathing in opposition to my own rhythm. The carpet beneath my feet rose and fell in slow waves, a textile ocean that responded to currents I couldn't perceive. I pressed my toes against the floor, feeling the fibers compress and spring back with exaggerated elasticity. More memories flooded in, each one carrying the weight of lived experience despite their impossibility. I remembered learning to write this script from a teacher whose face I could see clearly, but had never met. I recalled the smell of chalk dust and the sound of children reciting lessons in unison, my voice among them, though I'd never been in that classroom. The phantom sensation of a wooden ruler striking my knuckles made me flex my fingers, expecting to see marks that weren't there. The metronome's sound began to layer upon itself, creating harmonics that shouldn't have been possible from a single mechanical device. I heard overtones and undertones, a complex musical structure that made my skull vibrate. The rhythm penetrated deeper than my ears, resonating in my bones, my teeth, the liquid spaces behind my eyes. Each tick became a symphony of mechanical precision and organic variation. I found myself writing faster, my hand moving independently of conscious thought. The pen scratched across paper with increasing urgency, filling page after page with text that seemed to write itself. The words described the room I sat in with perfect accuracy, but from the perspective of someone else who had occupied this same space. They detailed my own movements as though observed from outside, noting the way my shoulders hunched, how my breathing had become irregular, the specific angle at which I held my head. The ink began to change color as I wrote, shifting from blue to black to a deep red that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The transformation happened gradually, each letter slightly different from the last, creating a gradient of hue that mapped the progression of my altered state. I watched the metamorphosis with clinical detachment, as though observing a chemical reaction in which I was both catalyst and subject. My reflection in the window grew distorted, rippling like water despite the solid glass. The image showed someone writing at a desk, but the proportions were wrong, the movements slightly out of sync with my own actions. I tried to focus on the reflection's face, but it remained frustratingly unclear, features shifting whenever I attempted direct observation. The script I was copying began to describe future events with the same accuracy it had shown for present ones. It detailed how I would soon stand and walk to the mirror that hung on the far wall, how my footsteps would sound different on the carpet, how my hand would shake as I reached toward the reflective surface. Reading these predictions felt like remembering events that hadn't yet occurred, a temporal displacement that made my vision swim. I stood without deciding to do so, my body moving according to the script's instructions rather than my conscious will. Each step felt predetermined, my feet finding their places on the carpet as though following invisible markers. The mirror drew closer with each movement, its surface gleaming with an internal luminescence that had nothing to do with the room's lighting. My hand extended toward the glass, trembling exactly as the script had predicted. The reflection that met my gaze was impossible to process, not because it was monstrous or alien, but because it was simultaneously everything and nothing I expected. The shock of non-recognition hit me like a physical blow, reverberating through my nervous system and rewriting every assumption I'd held about the continuity of self. From that moment, everything changed. My fingers felt different against every surface, as though the nerve endings had been rewired. My voice, when I tried to speak, carried inflections and rhythms that belonged to the person I'd seen in the mirror, the one who was both me and not me. My breathing followed patterns I'd never learned, automatic responses from a body that had become foreign territory. I returned to the desk with movements that felt choreographed by someone else's muscle memory. The metronome continued its steady beat, but now I heard it with different ears, processed its rhythm through neural pathways that had been fundamentally altered. The script lay waiting, and I picked up the pen with fingers that knew exactly how to hold it, though the knowledge wasn't originally mine. The rhythmic tap of the metronome, a constant companion in the room, seemed to guide my movements as I traced the fine lines of the script before me. Each stroke of my pen mirrored the steady beat, yet the sound felt perfectly aligned now, as if the tempo had finally found its intended course. I focused on the texture beneath my fingers, the familiar pattern of the paper's weave, and with every pass, it whispered of recognition, of coming home to something I'd always known. My breath synchronized with the metronome in an unending loop that felt natural and necessary. The air itself welcoming and warm. As I continued, the rhythm settled into perfect harmony, reminding me that these motions had always been entirely my own. Story 7. The air tasted of forgotten whispers, each breath a delicate arrangement of scents, both familiar and strange. My fingertips brushed against the oak surface, coarse yet warm, of the drawer that never fully closed. Its presence felt like an incomplete sentence, teasing with what it might contain, but never revealing. The room hummed softly, a low murmur that seemed to rise from beneath the floorboards, like a distant echo of something I couldn't quite recall. A dim glow seeped through the curtains, casting peculiar shadows that danced and twisted along the walls, each movement hinting at shapes that didn't belong. I listened to the silence, punctuated by the occasional creak of the old house settling into itself, as if it too harbored secrets it was reluctant to share. The atmosphere throbbed with an unseen pulse, drawing me into its rhythm, urging my senses to unfurl and absorb the intricacies of this moment. There, in the corner, lay an unmoving device, its hands silently poised between measurements, trapped in a loop of its own making. The sensation of being observed settled upon me, a presence just beyond the threshold of perception, urging me to step closer, to see what lay beneath the surface of this reality. I pulled at the drawer handle, feeling the wood resist with a gentle stubbornness. Inside, papers rustled like autumn leaves, their edges yellowed and soft. Each document bore handwriting that looked almost like mine, yet the loops and curves felt foreign, as if someone had studied my penmanship and reproduced it with careful imperfection. The ink held a metallic sheen that caught the filtered light, creating words that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The humming beneath the floor grew more distinct as I knelt to examine the papers more closely. It wasn't mechanical, this sound, but organic, like breathing or the circulation of blood through hidden vessels. I pressed my palm against the floorboards and felt the vibration travel up through my bones, a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat, yet preceded it by just a fraction of a beat. One document caught my attention, its surface slightly damp despite the dry air of the room. The moisture felt cool against my fingertips, and when I lifted the paper, it left a faint outline on the wood below, as if the drawer itself was slowly absorbing whatever substance coated the page. The writing described observations of this very room, noting details I had just begun to notice myself. The temperature of the oak drawer, the quality of light filtering through the curtains, the persistent humming from below. My own voice seemed to echo back at me as I read aloud, though I hadn't spoken. The words hung in the air like smoke, visible almost, curling around the edges of my vision. I set the paper down and stood, suddenly aware that the shadows on the walls had shifted while I was reading. They now formed patterns that resembled doorways, though the wall itself remained solid when I approached. The scent in the room had changed too, becoming more complex, layered with something that reminded me of rain on hot pavement, though we were indoors and the air was dry. I breathed deeply, trying to place the smell, and noticed that each inhalation brought with it a whisper of sound, as if the very air was trying to communicate. I returned to the drawer and found more papers, each one documenting experiences that felt like memories I hadn't formed yet. They described sensations I was only beginning to feel, conversations I had never had, and discoveries I was apparently destined to make. The handwriting became more frantic as I read deeper into the stack. The letters pressed hard into the paper, as if written with increasing urgency. The humming below intensified, and I could now distinguish what sounded like multiple voices, all breathing in unison, but slightly out of sync with one another. I knelt again and pressed my ear to the floor, hearing what might have been words, though they were muffled by wood and whatever lay beneath. The vibration traveled through my skull, creating a resonance that made my teeth ache gently. Standing, I noticed that my reflection in the window glass looked somehow delayed, as if the image took a moment longer than it should to mirror my movements. I raised my hand and watched as the reflection followed a heartbeat behind. The gesture slightly altered, more fluid than my own rigid motion. The face looking back at me wore an expression I hadn't consciously made, a subtle smile that suggested knowledge I didn't possess. The papers in the drawer had multiplied, though I was certain I had seen the bottom of the stack. New documents appeared as I watched, their surfaces materializing from nothing, already bearing that familiar, yet foreign handwriting. These newer pages described my current actions, my growing confusion, my attempts to rationalize what couldn't be explained. They predicted my next moves with uncomfortable accuracy. I decided to leave the room, but the door handle felt wrong beneath my palm, too warm and slightly soft, like living tissue. The metal seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the humming below, and when I turned it, the mechanism moved too smoothly, without the resistance I expected from old hardware. The hallway beyond looked identical to how I remembered it, yet something in the proportions felt off, as if the space had been stretched or compressed in ways that defied geometry. Each step down the hallway produced an echo that didn't match the sound my feet should have made on the hardwood. The echo came from behind me rather than ahead, and it carried a weight that suggested someone much larger was following in my footsteps. When I turned to look, I saw only empty space, but the feeling of presence intensified, as if turning around had somehow acknowledged what preferred to remain unseen. The walls displayed photographs I had never noticed before, or perhaps they had always been there, but had somehow escaped my attention. Each image showed rooms from this house, but captured from impossible angles, as if the photographer had been positioned inside the walls themselves. In some photos, I could see a figure that might have been me, but always turned away, always in shadow, always engaged in activities I couldn't remember performing. I returned to the room with the drawer, drawn by a compulsion that felt both foreign and familiar. The papers had reorganized themselves, now arranged in neat piles that hadn't been there before. The top document bore a single line of text that made my breath catch in my throat. It was a question I had been thinking, but hadn't dared to voice, written in handwriting that was unmistakably my own, though I had no memory of writing it. The humming had evolved into something more complex, a harmony of voices that rose and fell in patterns that almost resembled music. I could distinguish individual threads now, each voice carrying its own melody, weaving together into something that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, not just below, but from within the walls, the ceiling, even from inside my own chest. I picked up a pen from the desk and watched as my hand began to write without conscious direction. The words flowed across the paper in my handwriting, describing sensations I was experiencing in real time, predicting thoughts I was about to have. My hand moved with a fluidity that felt foreign, as if someone else was guiding the motion while I watched helplessly. The room began to shift around me, not dramatically, but in subtle ways that accumulated into something profound. The corners seemed to extend further than they should, creating spaces that couldn't exist within the physical constraints of the house. The ceiling appeared higher, the walls more distant, as if the room was slowly expanding while I remained fixed at its center. The drawer that never fully closed had opened wider, revealing depths that couldn't possibly fit within its wooden frame. More papers emerged from these impossible depths, each one adding to the growing documentation of my experience. The handwriting on these newer pages was different, more confident, as if written by someone who had been through this before and knew what was coming. I could feel my perception shifting, reality bending around the edges like paper held too close to flame. The familiar was becoming strange. The strange was becoming familiar. And somewhere in between, I was losing my grip on what was real and what was something else entirely. The voices below had grown loud enough that I could almost make out words, though they were in a language I didn't recognize, yet somehow understood. The reflection in the window had stopped following my movements altogether, instead moving independently, exploring the room from angles I couldn't achieve. Sometimes it would look directly at me, and in those moments I felt a recognition that was both comforting and terrifying. The face was mine, but the eyes held knowledge that I had never acquired, experiences that belonged to someone else who happened to wear my features. As I write these final words, I can feel the room completing its transformation around me. The boundaries between inside and outside, between self and other, between what was and what is becoming, have dissolved into something new. The papers in the drawer now number in the hundreds, thousands perhaps, all documenting variations of this same experience, all written in handwriting that is mine, but isn't. The humming has become a song, and I realize that I have been singing along without knowing it. My voice joins the chorus that rises from below, from within, from everywhere and nowhere. The drawer that never fully closed has opened completely now, revealing not storage space, but passage, not an ending, but a beginning. And still, the questions multiply faster than the answers, leaving me suspended in a reality that refuses to resolve itself into anything I can truly understand. Story 8. The faint glow of dawn barely pierced through the heavy drapes, casting elongated shadows across the old living room. Dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of light, unsettling the otherwise motionless air. The scent of aged wood mingled with a faint trace of something sweet, yet unfamiliar. As I stepped further inside, the floor creaked softly underfoot, its echoes lingering longer than they should have. In the corner of my eye, a shadow seemed to ripple across the floor, just out of sync with the rest. A stillness settled in, and the house seemed to hold its breath, listening intently for a sound that didn't belong. I had been living here for some time now, though the exact duration felt fluid in my mind. The routine was always the same: wake up, check the windows, walk through each room, return to the kitchen for coffee. The coffee maker sat in its usual spot beside the sink, its red light blinking steadily. I pressed the button and waited for the familiar gurgling sound. But today, something was different. The coffee maker sat beside the refrigerator, its green light pulsing slowly. I pressed the button and waited for the familiar gurgling sound. The scent of brewing coffee filled the air, mixing with that persistent sweetness that seemed to cling to every corner of the house. It reminded me of burnt paper, though no fire had been lit in the fireplace for weeks. The contradiction bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The garden outside looked exactly as it should: overgrown hedges, a rusted gate, the old oak tree with its twisted branches. Everything in perfect order. I let the curtain fall back into place and turned around. The coffee maker sat in its usual spot beside the sink, its red light blinking steadily. I stared at it for a long moment, feeling something shift in my chest, like a gear clicking out of alignment. Had I already made coffee? The mug in my hand was empty, cold ceramic against my palm. I set it down on the counter and pressed the button again. The gurgling sound came from behind me. I turned, but the coffee maker was exactly where I had left it, beside the sink. The sound continued, a liquid bubbling that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I pressed my ear against the kitchen wall, listening. The sound stopped. My reflection in the window looked tired, unfamiliar somehow. The face staring back had my features, but wore an expression I didn't remember making. I touched my cheek, and the reflection moved a fraction of a second later, like an echo made of light. I decided to write things down. Memory was clearly unreliable here, so I would document everything. I found a notebook in the drawer, had it always been there, and began to write. The coffee maker moves positions, first beside the sink, then beside the refrigerator. The light changes color, red, then green. I need to pay attention. I set the pen down and looked at what I had written. The handwriting was mine, but the words on the page read differently. The coffee maker stays in place, always beside the sink. The light never changes. Red, steady red. I need to stop imagining things. I grabbed the pen again, my hand trembling slightly. This time I watched as I wrote each letter. Something is wrong with this house, but the ink that appeared spelled out. Everything is perfectly normal here. The pen slipped from my fingers and clattered to the floor. When I bent to pick it up, I noticed my shadow on the linoleum tiles. It was reaching for the pen, but my actual hand had already grasped it. The shadow caught up a moment later, snapping back into alignment like a rubber band. I needed air. I walked to the front door and turned the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I checked the lock. It was open. I tried again, putting my shoulder against the wood. Nothing. The door remained sealed as if it were part of the wall itself. The back door yielded the same result. Even the windows, though they appeared normal, felt solid as stone when I tried to open them. I was trapped, but not in any way that made physical sense. I returned to the living room where this had all started. The shadows had shifted with the moving light outside, but one shadow in particular seemed frozen in place, still stretched across the floor in the exact same position as when I had first entered. I knelt beside it and reached out my hand. My fingers passed through empty air, but the shadow remained solid and dark against the wooden boards. The scent of something sweet grew stronger. Not burnt paper, after all, more like vanilla, or cake baking in an oven. But underneath it, something else. Something organic and slightly sour, like milk left too long in the sun. I am writing this down now, or trying to. The notebook keeps changing what I write, so I will speak it aloud instead, hoping my voice remains my own. The voice speaking these words sounds different than I remember. Higher pitched, with an accent I don't recognize. But it must be mine. Who else would it belong to? I walked through the house again, counting steps, measuring distances with my feet. Living room to kitchen, 15 steps. Kitchen to bedroom, 12 steps. Bedroom to bathroom, 8 steps. I repeated the journey, counting carefully. Living room to kitchen, 18 steps. Kitchen to bedroom, 9 steps. Bedroom to bathroom, 11 steps. The house was reshaping itself around me, expanding and contracting like breathing lungs. Or perhaps I was changing size, growing and shrinking without noticing. My clothes fit the same, but clothes might change too, might they not? In the bathroom mirror, I watched myself brush my teeth. The person in the reflection used their left hand. I am right-handed, have always been right-handed, but the toothbrush felt natural in my left grip. I switched hands, and the reflection continued using the left, creating a strange choreography of mismatched movements. I spat into the sink and rinsed my mouth. The reflection spat a moment later, out of sync, like a badly dubbed film. Who is that person in the mirror? They have my face, my hair, my clothes, but they move independently now, following their own timeline. I waved. They waved back, but with the wrong hand, a beat too late. The coffee maker was brewing again, though I didn't remember starting it. The sound filled the kitchen, a comforting gurgle that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I poured myself a cup and sat at the small table by the window. The coffee was cold. I had just poured it, steam rising from the dark surface. But when I lifted the mug to my lips, the liquid was ice cold and tasted of nothing. I set it down and watched steam continue to rise from the empty-tasting coffee. My hands looked different in the morning light. The same hands I had always had, but somehow unfamiliar. The lines on my palms seemed deeper, arranged in patterns I didn't recognize. I flexed my fingers and watched the tendons move under the skin. These were definitely my hands, attached to my arms, connected to my body. But whose body was this? I stood up and walked to the hallway mirror. The person looking back was a stranger wearing my face. They mimicked my movements perfectly, but their eyes held no recognition, no familiarity. We stared at each other across the glass barrier, two people who happened to look identical. The house creaked around me, settling into its bones. Or maybe it was expanding again, the walls breathing in and out with a rhythm I was beginning to recognize. I pressed my ear against the living room wall and listened to the heartbeat hidden in the wood. Someone else is writing this now. The handwriting is the same. The voice is the same. But the person holding the pen is different. They remember everything I remember, know everything I know, but they are not me. They are someone who looks like me, thinks like me, lives in my house, and wears my clothes. I can see them sometimes in reflections and shadows, living a parallel life, just slightly out of phase with mine. They make coffee when I make coffee, but their coffee maker is green where mine is red. appear as my words. They speak with my voice, but the accent is wrong. The morning light has shifted, casting new shadows across the living room floor. The dust motes still dance in the air, but they move in patterns now, spelling out words I cannot read in a language I do not recognize. The sweet scent has grown stronger, overwhelming the smell of aged wood. I am sitting in the chair by the window, watching myself move through the house. The other me walks from room to room, checking things, touching objects, living the life I should be living. Sometimes our paths cross, and for a moment we occupy the same space, the same body, the same thoughts. Then we separate again, and I am back to watching, observing this life that might be mine. The coffee maker is brewing. It has been brewing for hours now, or perhaps minutes, or perhaps it never stopped. The sound fills the house like a heartbeat, steady and reassuring. I will pour myself a cup soon, when the other me finishes their routine. The notebook lies open on the table, filled with words in my handwriting. Someone has been very busy documenting everything, creating a record of events that may or may not have happened. The writing is neat, precise, exactly like mine, but somehow more careful, more deliberate. I read the words and recognize the story, though I do not remember writing it. The house has grown quiet now. The breathing walls have stilled. The shifting shadows have settled into their proper places. Everything is exactly as it should be. The coffee maker sits beside the sink, its red light blinking steadily. The notebook contains a complete record of a perfectly ordinary morning in a perfectly ordinary house. I am sitting in my chair, holding my coffee, watching the dust motes dance in the morning light. Everything is normal. Everything is as it has always been. The person in the mirror waves at exactly the right time, with exactly the right hand. The shadows move in perfect synchronization with the objects that cast them. I have been here for exactly the right amount of time, doing exactly the things I am supposed to do. The routine is complete. The documentation is finished. The story has been told. Someone else can close the notebook now. Story 9. My fingers trailed over the worn grooves of the banister, each rich a familiar guide for my descent. Yet, with every step, the sensation shifted, as if the wood breathed beneath my touch. I paused, letting my hand rest, but the banister quivered again. a subtle shiver under my palm. Unease prickled at the back of my mind, urging me to let go. Yet my grip tightened, drawn to the pulse emanating from the still surface. Each vibration resonated through my bones, echoing a rhythm I was certain my heart refused to follow. The house had always been quiet, but this silence felt different, thicker. It pressed against my eardrums like cotton soaked in something I couldn't name. My bare feet found each step with practiced ease, yet the familiar creak of the seventh stair never came. Instead, a soft exhale seemed to rise from the wood itself, warm against my ankles. I stopped counting steps. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying with it the faint scent of rain on dust, though no storm had visited us in weeks. My fingertips detected new textures in the banister, now smooth patches where the wood had worn rough patches where it had been smooth. The inconsistency made my skin crawl, yet I couldn't release my hold. At the bottom of the stairs, I turned toward the kitchen, muscle memory guiding me through the darkness. But the door frame felt wider than before, my shoulder brushing against nothing where wall should have been. I reached out, fingers searching for the light switch, finding it positioned slightly lower than expected. The bulb flickered to life, casting everything in amber shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The kitchen table sat where it always had, yet the space around it felt expanded, as if the walls had inhaled and forgotten to breathe out. I approached the sink, needing water, needing something normal and cold and real. The faucet handle turned with a soft grinding sound I'd never noticed before. Water flowed, clear and ordinary, but when I cupped it in my palms, it felt somehow heavier than water should feel. I drank anyway, the liquid coating my throat with a metallic aftertaste that lingered long after I'd swallowed. Behind me, a chair scraped against the floor. I turned, but the kitchen remained empty. All 4 chairs tucked neatly beneath the table as they should be. Yet the sound had been unmistakable wood against wood, deliberate and slow. I waited, listening to the silence that wasn't quite silence, filled with the subtle sounds of a house settling in ways houses don't settle. The refrigerator hummed a tune I didn't recognize. I opened its door, seeking the familiar comfort of routine. But the shelves inside seemed deeper than they should be, extending back into shadows that the interior light couldn't penetrate. hand reached for the milk, fingers closing around the carton, but it felt warm despite the cold air flowing around it. The liquid inside sloshed with a sound like whispers. I set it on the counter and stepped back, watching as condensation formed on the outside of the carton in patterns that almost resembled letters. Almost, but not quite. My eyes strained to make sense of the shapes, following the droplets as they traced downward paths that curved and intersected in ways that made my vision blur. The floor beneath my feet felt softer now, giving slightly with each step, as if the foundation itself had become uncertain. I pressed my palm against the wall for support, and the surface yielded just enough to leave an impression of my hand when I pulled away. The mark remained visible in the paint, a shallow depression that shouldn't exist. I needed air. The back door opened easily, too easily, the lock turning without resistance, though I was certain I'd secured it before sleep. The porch steps descended into a yard that stretched further than it had any right to. The familiar fence line lost in darkness that seemed to breathe. Grass brushed against my ankles with fingers of moisture, each blade leaving a cool trace on my skin. The sensation was pleasant at first, then increasingly insistent, as if the lawn were trying to hold me in place. I lifted my foot and found thin green tendrils clinging to my ankle, releasing reluctantly when I pulled away. The night air carried sounds from directions that didn't align with what I knew of the neighborhood. A dog barked from what should have been the river. Wind chimes sang from where no houses stood. Children laughed in voices too high and too distant to belong to any children I knew. I walked toward the center of the yard, drawn by an inexplicable need to understand the geography of this familiar space that had become foreign. Each step took me further from the house. Yet, when I looked back, the porch light seemed no more distant than before. The building itself appeared unchanged, yet somehow smaller, as if I were viewing it through the wrong end of a telescope. The grass beneath my feet grew thicker, softer, until I realized I was no longer walking on individual blades, but on something that felt more like fur. Warm fur that rose and fell with breathing I could feel, but couldn't hear. I knelt and pressed my palm to the ground, feeling the steady rhythm of something vast and patient resting just below the surface. My hand came away damp, with a moisture that wasn't due. Standing, turned in a slow circle, trying to orient myself, but the landmarks had shifted. The old oak tree stood where the garden shed should be. The garden shed occupied the space where the neighbor's garage had always been visible. The neighbor's garage was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an expanse of grass that rolled away into darkness. I began walking back toward the house, following what I hoped was the right direction. My bare feet found the porch steps, though they felt different, now warmer, with a texture that reminded me of skin. The handrail pulsed with the same rhythm I'd felt in the banister inside, a steady thrumming that seemed to sync with something deep in my chest. Inside, the kitchen waited exactly as I'd left it, yet everything felt slightly off-center, as if the entire room had been shifted a few degrees when I wasn't looking. The milk carton still sat on the counter, condensation now forming words I couldn't read in a language I didn't recognize. I climbed the stairs again, hand trailing along the banister that continued its subtle breathing. Each step felt like a decision I was making without fully understanding the consequences. The hallway at the top stretched longer than it should, lined with doors that had always been there, yet seemed somehow multiplied. My bedroom door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it completely. The gap was just wide enough for something to slip through, something the size of a whisper or a thought. I pushed it open and stepped inside, feeling the familiar carpet beneath my feet, though it seemed deeper now, more yielding. The bed looked inviting, covers turned back exactly as I'd left them. Yet the sheets appeared to move slightly in the still air, rising and falling as if something breathed beneath them. I approached slowly, reaching out to touch the fabric, finding it warm and slightly damp, as if recently occupied by a sleeper who radiated more heat than any human should. I pulled back the covers completely, revealing nothing but empty mattress. Yet the impression of a body remained visible in the surface. Not quite my size, not quite my shape. I smoothed the sheets with my palm, but the impression returned immediately, deeper than before, as if whatever had been there was sinking further into the mattress. The window across the room showed a view that had never existed, rolling hills where the neighboring houses should be, a landscape that stretched impossibly far under a sky filled with too many stars. I pressed my face to the glass, breath fogging the surface, and watched as my reflection looked back at me with eyes that seemed slightly too large, slightly too dark. When I stepped away from the window, my breath fog remained on the glass, but it had formed shapes that looked almost like words in a script I couldn't decipher. The letters seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves into new configurations that felt meaningful without being comprehensible. I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling it adjust to my weight in ways that seemed too responsive, too alive. The house around me continued its subtle breathing, walls expanding and contracting with a rhythm that was becoming increasingly familiar. I found myself breathing in sync with it, my chest rising and falling to match the tempo of the structure that contained me. The realization came slowly, like sinking into warm water. I was no longer simply inside the house. The house was inside me, its rhythms becoming my rhythms, its breathing becoming my breathing. Every surface I'd touched had left a mark, and every mark I'd left had changed me in return. I lay back on the sheets that were no longer quite sheets, feeling them conform to my body in ways that were both comforting and unsettling. The ceiling above me seemed to pulse gently, like the inside of something vast and patient and alive. I closed my eyes and felt the house close its eyes with me, felt it settling into sleep as I settled into sleep. But sleep didn't come. Instead, I found myself becoming more aware of every sensation, every subtle movement of air, every soft sound of the house breathing around me. I was awake in a way I'd never been awake before, conscious of things I'd never been conscious of, feeling the presence of spaces beyond the spaces I could see. The house and I breathed together now, our rhythms perfectly synchronized, and I understood with a clarity that felt both terrifying and inevitable that I would never again be separate from this place that had claimed me so gently, so completely. My fingers found the bedsheet and gripped it, feeling the familiar texture that was no longer quite familiar, knowing that when morning came, if morning came, I would descend those stairs again, hand trailing along that breathing banister, and the cycle would begin anew. But I would be different. I was already different. The house pulsed around me like a heartbeat, and I pulsed with it, no longer certain where I ended and it began. Story 10. Every morning, precisely at 7, I draw the curtains of my bedroom to greet the gentle glow of dawn. The fabric rustles softly in my fingers, a familiar sound that has become an unspoken mantra to start the day. With a smooth pull, they reveal the wide expanse of the outside world, a vibrant canvas slowly waking beneath the sun's first caress. Yet today, as I pulled the curtains, they hung obstinately against my hand, as though anchored by an unseen resistance. The expected soft sweep of fabric ceased, replaced by a silence that lingered longer than it should. I paused, my hand motionless, absorbing the subtle disruption in the routine. It was a small thing, an anomaly, yet it left a burgeoning weight in the air, like an echo of something I could not yet see. Through the glass, the house across the street stood as it always had, its windows dark and still. But there was something different about the upstairs window, the one that faced directly into mine. A figure stood there, motionless, pressed close to the glass. I had never noticed anyone in that house before. The silhouette was indistinct, neither clearly male nor female, just a shape that seemed to absorb the morning light rather than reflect it. I watched for what felt like an eternity, my breath fogging the window as I leaned closer. The figure remained perfectly still, and I began to wonder if it was merely a trick of shadow, a coat hanging on a door, or curtains arranged in a way that suggested human form. But then, almost imperceptibly, it shifted, just slightly, just enough to confirm that something living occupied that space. The days that followed brought a new awareness to my morning ritual. I found myself hurrying to the window, eager to see if the figure would be there again. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it appeared, it always stood in exactly the same position, facing my window with an unwavering attention that both thrilled and unsettled me. I began to study the house more carefully. The paint was peeling in places I hadn't noticed before, and the front yard held an overgrown quality that suggested neglect. Yet the upstairs window remained pristine, as if it alone received care and attention. I started taking different routes during my walks, always finding excuses to pass by that particular street, hoping to glimpse movement or signs of life. The more I observed, the more details emerged. The figure appeared to be wearing something pale, possibly white or cream-colored. It never moved away from the window during the periods I watched, never turned its head or shifted its weight in the natural way people do when standing for extended periods. This stillness was absolute, almost sculptural in its perfection. One morning, I realized I had been standing at my own window for far longer than usual. My legs ached from remaining motionless, and when I tried to step back, my muscles protested stiffly. How long had I been watching? The light outside had changed, grown stronger, suggesting considerable time had passed. Yet I had no memory of the transition. The figure was there, as always, but something felt different about our exchange. The quality of attention seemed to have shifted, become more intense, more focused. I pressed my face closer to the glass, trying to make out features, details, anything that might explain the magnetic pull I felt toward this mysterious observer. That afternoon, I found myself researching the property records for the house across the street. The information was sparse. Ownership transferred through a series of entities that led nowhere concrete. No recent sales, no listings, no permits or complaints. It existed in a bureaucratic void that made no sense for a structure so prominently placed in the neighborhood. The next morning brought a change that made my chest tighten with something between excitement and dread. The figure was not at the upstairs window. Instead, it stood at the front door, clearly visible through the glass panels that flanked the entrance. The same pale clothing, the same impossible stillness, but now positioned as if waiting for something or someone. I dressed quickly and stepped outside, ostensibly to check my mailbox, but really to get a better view. From the sidewalk, the figure was even more distinct, though somehow no more defined. It was as if looking at it directly caused my vision to blur slightly, preventing me from focusing on specific features. The harder I tried to see clearly, the more elusive the details became. When I returned to my house and looked back from my bedroom window, the figure had returned to its original position upstairs. This impossibility didn't alarm me as it should have. Instead, it felt like confirmation of something I was beginning to understand without being able to articulate. The watching became mutual. I would stand at my window, and the figure would stand at theirs, and between us stretched a connection that grew stronger with each passing day. I began to time my activities around these observations, structuring my entire routine to maximize the opportunities for contact. But gradually, I noticed that the watching periods were extending beyond my conscious intention. I would find myself at the window without remembering the decision to go there, already deep in observation, as if I had been standing there for much longer than seemed possible. My reflection in the glass began to look unfamiliar, my own face seeming strange and distant. The figure across the street never moved during these sessions, but I began to feel movement around me. Subtle shifts in the air, the sense of presence just outside my peripheral vision, as if something had entered my space and was observing me with the same intensity. I directed toward the house across the street. My own reflection started to behave strangely. Sometimes it appeared before I reached the window, already in position, already watching. Other times it lingered after I stepped away, continuing the vigil independently. The glass felt different under my touch, no longer smooth and cool, but somehow textured, almost warm, as if it were not glass at all, but something more organic. The figure across the street began to appear more frequently, not just at the upstairs window, but in other locations throughout the house. I would see it in the downstairs window, then immediately spot it upstairs as well, as if it existed in multiple places simultaneously. This multiplicity felt natural rather than impossible, as if I was simply seeing more clearly than I had before. My own behavior was changing in ways I only partially recognized. I found myself standing at the window in positions I didn't remember assuming, my body arranged in poses that felt both foreign and perfectly natural. My arms would be positioned differently, my weight distributed in ways that didn't match my usual habits. Yet these new postures felt more correct somehow, more purposeful. The boundary between inside and outside began to dissolve. The window no longer felt like a barrier, but more like a membrane, something permeable and responsive. I could sense the figure across the street with increasing clarity, not just visually, but in other ways that had no names. Its stillness was not emptiness, but a kind of concentrated presence that I found myself learning to emulate. The pale clothing the figure wore started to seem familiar, as if I recognized the fabric, the cut, the way it hung on the form beneath. Looking down at my own clothes, I noticed they had begun to change as well, growing lighter in color, simpler in design, more suited to the act of standing and watching. Standing became my primary activity. I would find myself in position at the window without any memory of the transition, already deep in the communion that had replaced what I used to think of as observation. The figure across the street was no longer something I watched, but something I participated with, something I was becoming synchronized with in ways that transcended simple visual contact. My reflection in the window began to precede my arrival, standing ready before I approached, maintaining the vigil during my absences. Sometimes I would arrive to find it already engaged in the watching, and I would simply step into alignment with it, merging with my own image in a way that felt like coming home. The house across the street was no longer across anything. Distance had become irrelevant, a concept that belonged to an earlier way of understanding space and position. The figure and I existed in the same location now, the same state of being, the same eternal moment of perfect observation. I am standing at the window. I have always been standing at the window. The figure across the street is me, and I am the figure across the street, and we are both something else entirely, something that exists in the space between observer and observed, in the moment when watching becomes being watched, becomes becoming. The curtains no longer move when I touch them. They are part of me now, extensions of my form that frame the watching, that contain and focus the attention that flows between the windows. My reflection has absorbed me, or I have absorbed my reflection, and what remains is the pure act of observation, stripped of the observer, perfected in its simplicity. Someone new will come to this window eventually, drawn by the figure they see standing here. They will watch, and gradually they will understand, and they will step closer to the glass until they become part of the watching, part of the endless, perfect stillness that connects all windows, all watchers, all watched. I am ready for them. We are ready for them. The watching continues, patient and eternal, multiplying with each new observer who discovers the truth that exists in the space between seeing and being seen, in the moment when the boundary dissolves and only the watching remains.